Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation. Good evening, and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your slightly late host, Justin D. Morgan. As in, I think I clicked start while my clock still said 8:02, but then I think it ticked to 8:03, so I'm 3 minutes late. Oh well. Let's see who we have in the chat. We have Thomas Armstrong. Hi, Thomas. We have Frank S. Hi, Frank. We have Kibbs with Retro. Hi, Kibbs. We have Francois. Hi, Francois. We have Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack. Hi, Jeremy. We have SadMac356. Hi, SadMac. We have Eric's Edge. Hi, Eric. Yes, there we go. Let's see here. All right, I've started a new coffee goal. Links in the description. Oh, hi, Jesse. I8386 is in the house. Let's see here. Coffee goal, links in the description. I have a new patron, so let me give a shout out to Check's Notes so that I don't mess it up. Whoop. Gotta switch to the creator profile. Joshua Ware. So, welcome, Joshua Ware. My latest. Oh! Hi, Joshua! Your entrance into the chat is just in time. I couldn't have timed that better. I presume you are Joshua J. Ware. So yes, welcome as one of my latest patrons. Let's see here. I think that's about all the announcements I have. Checking to see, because I think it's about time to just roll right into Wheel of Regret. Because I know I said I wasn't going to buy anything else on YouTube, and then certain electronics, looked on me with this, sad puppy dog eyes type. Look, Jay Ware says, my secret agent name is blown. Yeah. If you had been, a minute or two later in the chat, I probably wouldn't have put two and two together as quickly. But yes, so yeah, I know I said I wasn't going to buy anything on YouTube, or buy anything on YouTube, yeah. Buy anything on eBay, and then certain things looked at me with sad puppy dog eyes, kind of like the dog in the shelter that just wants to get out, and bought it. So let's see what the Wheel of Regret scores are for these items. And we're going to... Okay, so I posted a poll on X, the service formerly known as Twitter, and I got 2 votes. Which of the items would be the biggest regret? So let me see. I remember what one of the 2 items was, because I actually posted what the items were that I bought. That all came, last... or I guess Monday. Yesterday. Yeah, they all came yesterday. And to expedite things, I've already opened the boxes. Kibbs with Retro says, my secret agent name is stopped responding. Thomas Armstrong says, eBay rare and always perfect. Oh, you should see the item that Retronet Chris posted on the Compact LTE group. It was a LTE 5100 that the description of it said it was a great price at only $230. And yeah. No. Yeah. When I get a chance, I'm going to Photoshop polka dots behind the item and send the picture to Chris, unless someone beats me to it. But anyways, yes. All right, so the 4 items that I bought that all arrived yesterday were a Socket 7 single board computer, a motherboard for my Cyrix Media GX processor, a Macintosh 2VX, and a compact LTE 286. Speaking of retro tech, Chris. Hi, Chris. um, yes, that seller is going to probably get a very expensive lesson in how much not to pay for an LTE 5100 for resale, assuming they did actually pay that much to then need to sell it for $230. Yeah, Chris actually reached out to the seller, and yeah, that was funny. So if you're on the Compact LTE group, you probably should go find that thread. It was pretty funny. Chris, if I get a chance, I'm photoshopping polka dots behind that LTE because it totally needs it after that seller's explanation. Assuming someone can send me the template of polka dots. All right, so let's get to things now. Of course, if you're on X or Twitter, Jayware says, Joshua says, that's why I watch this channel. Justin makes me feel good about my eBay broken clamshell obsession. Glad I could do that. All right. So, if you're on Twitter, and the reason why I only posted it to Twitter is because I cannot post everything manually to 5 different social media sites. I apologize, but I'm only one person, and a lot of those social media sites don't let you automate things. Like Twitter doesn't let you automate things, but it's like the one where I can post things and get the most. But anyways, if you follow me on Twitter, you will probably have noticed I have already posted about this motherboard. And I'm going to head and start off with it because now you know this is not one of the eBay regrets. X Twitter. Yeah, it's X Twitter. Get it? Yeah. Um, that's actually all right. Moving along. So, you saw my post because I was so curious about this. I couldn't help but to actually go test this out last night. So, anyways, I pulled the heatsink off so you can see that indeed I do have the Cyrix Media GX processor in here. I will also zoom in so you can clearly see that it has a Cyrix chipset on it, and it does say Media GXM CPU only. This is very important because you will also notice that the socket says socket 7, but that is where you will fall into a trap that if it's a Media GX board, it can only take Media GX processors, and if it's not a Media GX board, then you should never, ever put a Media GX processor on it because it will fry your board. And we'll get to the board that this processor came with as number 2, even though it wasn't one of the 4 items I received yesterday. I mentioned it Thursday as a pre-receiving it regret. I've got that board setting aside. But anyways, so you could probably tell that I posted this on Twitter or X or whatever it's called. I'm sure given enough time, Elon will change it to like SpaceX messaging or some silly name like that. All right. So I'm actually going to I don't normally during Wheeler Grit test everything, but we'll go ahead and power this board on. Yeah, Francois says, or how to cut costs by reusing a socket for something else. Yes. Jeremy says, great system for running Pong. Yes, RetroTech Chris says, and be warned that Media GX is not Pentium compatible. Emphasis is deserved. Yeah, and Chris also says, Cyrix Media GX, when you want a Pentium-style CPU that is as slow as a 486. Yes. Also, why do I have no video signal? Oh, please don't tell me that my Media GX motherboard died already. That would be a shame. It probably needs recapped, even though it's a new old stock board. Alright, let's try this again. There we go. There we go! Our Cyrix Media GX processor at 233 megahertz. Don't worry, this is only like I just installed DOS for my Windows 98 boot disk. Alright. The only thing I'm gonna do. Yes, Jeremy says this is bound to be a single pipeline CPU. Yes. It's a Cyrix 5x86 on a with MMX instructions tacked onto it. Alright, so if anyone's kind of curious about the specs, Cyrix GXM at 233 megahertz. It does have an FPU internal. This is an ECS P5 GXM motherboard. The chipset is the Cyrix CX5520. The level 1 cache, there is 16 kilobytes of instruction cache and 0 kilobytes of data cache. There is no second level cache. This processor platform doesn't even support level 2 cache. So you know it's going to perform like just like real nice. Real nice, Clark. And the video, whoops, I hit a wrong key again. Interesting. There we go. I am using the onboard video. It is using 2.5 megabytes of system RAM to provide the video, and it does have VISA 2.0 support. And I guess because people will wonder, can it play Doom? Yes, it can actually play Doom. In fact, actually, I think when I posted about that I had a Cyrix Media GX processor, Tech Ambrosia said it actually doesn't make a bad low-end DOS gaming system. Yeah. Oh, Retro Tech Chris says it didn't die, it's just still booting. Yeah, probably. Gibbs says cheap out needs to be trademark plopped on many things. Yes, Cyrix cheaped out, that is sure. Yeah, basically this processor is based on the Cyrix 5x86, which was supposed to be this fantastic, wonderful Pentium-level upgrade processor for 486 systems, which then Cyrix realized that a bunch of all the nice new Pentium-level features were highly unstable on 486 boards, and they had to turn most of them off. So really, the 5x86 is a glorified 486 processor. And the Media GXM processor is said 5x86 core on a 64-bit bus. I think it actually may still have a 64-bit memory bus. I don't know. It may actually just be 32-bit. But it has MMX instructions on it, so, yeah, that's nice. It actually does run in 2454 Realtix, although for Doom, that's probably hardly surprising. The more interesting thing is, and then we're going to get off this motherboard. All right, there's no sense of me even trying to press E to run Quake, but for some reason, when I try to run the Quake benchmark on this computer, it is actually going to stop to wait for me to press a button on the non-existent joystick, because I don't have one plugged in. So I actually have to hit escape, and then the demo will run. But yeah, let's see here. Yeah, it's actually pretty good with Doom. Now, Quake is going to suffer a bit. think it only really runs at 320 by 200. Hib says, I can win XP it. Jeremy says, minimum requirements for Windows XP, 233 megahertz CPU, 64 megabytes of RAM, 2 megabytes VGA. I don't know why I would want to run Windows XP on this system because I bought it for DOS gaming. It's got built-in Sound Blaster compatible sound that is not that great. Okay, 23.5 frames per second, which given its limitations is probably not bad, but it's not good. Maybe I will run WinXP on it. But it does actually have built-in Sound Blaster compatible sound. It doesn't sound as good as the ESS sound cards that I have that have like the ESS FM, but it sounds better than my ALS 100 sound card. So just to prove that it has Sound Blaster compatible sound. We're not installing an OS tonight. Now, I'm not sure you heard that, but I don't have a PC speaker plugged into this board. Let me do this, and it will be painfully obvious that this board is doing something, and you all might want to, like, this is on the level of scratching a chalkboard with fingernails. This is not fantastic. Just wait till it gets to the refrain. Yeah, it's like routing the PC speaker sound through the external speaker jack, and it sounds like overdriven. Well, Jeremy, the Sound Blaster sound sounded fantastic because what you couldn't hear, because I'm like sitting right here, is, yeah, that was ew. That's for sure. There is like, I know one of the FM sounds is like a noise sound, and that can sound staticky, but if you listen to the track through the speakers, my microphone's not picking it up. But if you listen to the track through the speakers, you can definitely hear there is a popping sound in the audio, which doesn't sound that great. So that's why I'm rating it like worse than the ESS FM, because I don't think that ESS sound has that popping noise. But it sounds better than the ALS 100. Yeah, I don't know if it's supposed to sound like that, but it is possibly a neat effect. But I was not expecting for the PC speaker to come through the speakers. We'll just say that kind of startled me. All right, so that's the Media GXM motherboard I got. I can't really call it a regret because it works. Although there is like a bonus. So the seller I bought this from had one listed as just the motherboard at a cheaper price. Since the manual and CD have been archived on the RetroWeb, I didn't really see the need to buy the version that had the manual and CD for like 10 like I think they had the auction with the manual and CD starting at like $59.99, or it was buy it now $59.99. They had the one without those two for $49.99. They sent me an offer for the one with the CD and manual, and I didn't bite on it because I was like, well, it was still more expensive than the one without. I was waiting for them to maybe send me an offer on that one, and they did, and I bought it. So it was like $42 for the motherboard. But the thing is, despite the fact that the description said that it didn't come with the manual, it did. And despite the fact that the auction said that the CD wasn't included, well, it was. However, before you say, make sure you archive that. Well, someone's already archived it on the RetroWeb, so I didn't really need it. But anyways, the motherboard was $42. It's probably actually not a bad price. And it works. It was new old stock. Unlike this motherboard here, that is the one I told you all about Thursday. And you might notice that I've already done a little bit of surgery to the board. Yeah, they sent the wrong package. That seller actually does that. I think half the time I bought from that seller, they've sent the wrong thing, but usually it's like in my favor. Except for the one time when I ordered a Microsoft mouse that had a Gateway logo on it, and they sent me a Microsoft, like, trackball. Even though the trackballs are more expensive, I wanted the mouse with the Gateway logo on it. But anyways, I did send that one back to them. Yeah. Oh, Kim says... All right. So anyways, I removed the CPU capacitors from this board. They are all super high quality capacitors that are domed. I'm being facetious because they are Wendell brand capacitors. And oh, I managed to randomly pick the one that is open circuit. So one of these capacitors was open circuit. The others, and I'm only going to test like one of them because they're pretty much going to read about the same. Whoop. Except for this one. Okay, I don't know why it... Oh, there we go. I had the probes touching, almost. Yeah, anyways, that's apparently the lowest ESR of the other 6. It was 7.3 ohms, so... Yeah. Unfortunately, I was going to try to recap this board, but I can't find... I was trying to find the capacitors on Dave's stream. I don't know what I've done with the capacitors that I have that fit this board. Because actually, I had another board that used the same capacitance and voltage rated capacitors, and Mauser told me that I have, like, I ordered 10, and I only remember using 1. But anyways, what I did with them, I don't know. So, that board currently rates as... its regret rating is... Capacitor plague. Oh, the capacitor plague. Adam says, what's this garbage? Yeah. A motherboard that had 7 bad capacitors on it and won't post. Jeremy says, I wonder what they would look like if they were run over by a heavy construction machinery. I don't know what they would look like, but it probably wouldn't help them. All right. So, next item up on Wheel of Regrets. Oh, I've already taken this out of the package. But it came wrapped up in that. It was like... Oh, hold on. I'm pulling this out of order. Okay, so I received one of the items in... hold on. I gotta, Okay, I can't, well, I can't show much because otherwise I'd give away my address, but you know you're probably... I do know why this package took so long to get here, because it apparently had to be address corrected on the way, because it actually arrived late. But you know you're in for a treat when you get an item in a FedEx reusable extra large pack from Malaysia. Oh, wow. Adam finally tested the cereal cards I sold him, and apparently only one of them was bad. Well, that's good. I don't feel bad. If only one was bad, that's actually pretty good. So, inside that FedEx pack was what I could only describe as a board burrito. When I pulled the package off my porch, I didn't know if I had a board in foam or a ham hock in the package. For those of you that aren't from the South, well, you'll have to look up what a ham hock is. Inside of that was an anti-static bag of dubious quality with a piece of foam over the SIM sockets and a Socket 7 single board computer, which I paid like $50 for, and that included shipping. And they bent the bracket to put it in the pack, which kind of was disappointing. So I'm going to have to pull the bracket off, and probably I'm going to have to flatten it out somehow. Probably go put it in a vise. We'll surrounded by foam. Oh, look, I got a piece of foam I can put it in the vise. Probably flatten it right up, and then it'll fit nicely. So, I'm not going to test this tonight, but we have a Socket 7 single board computer, 4 72-pin SIM sockets. Does not have onboard SCSI, but it does have 2 IDE floppy parallel serial and Cirrus Logic CLGD 5446 onboard graphics with probably 2 megabytes of video RAM. So, I have to say the Wheel of Regret score on this one is why, oh, why did you bend that? And hopefully that's about the only regret. Other than that, it does seem as if the board survived international shipping, even if they did, like, butcher my address on the address label. So, alright. This we'll look at in a future stream. Oh, and unlike the single board computer we looked at last week, the manual for this one's easily available. Although I do have a small update on that Pentium 3 single board computer. Someone suggested during the stream of, well, why don't you see if the seller has the documentation? So, in true fashion, I first tried to reach out to the manufacturer, and they really quickly replied back, we need the serial number from the unit. And I gave them the only numbers on the board, and I never heard back from them. So I got ghosted by the manufacturer. Apparently, I suspect that board was in an enclosure, and they wanted the serial number from the enclosure, and I never had the enclosure. So, yeah, got ghosted by the manufacturer. But then I reached out to the eBay seller, and because I was kind of afraid that they would think I'm wanting to return it if I asked them. So that's why I reached out to the manufacturer first. So I opted for the tactic of first leaving positive feedback because it does work. I was going to keep it even if they didn't have documentation. And then I reached out to them and asked, "Hey, do you have the manual?" And they're like, "Yeah, I have it." And they emailed me 2 PDF files. One's the odd pages, one's the even pages. They apologized for having to send it that way, and I thanked them. And so yes, I have documentation for the Pentium 3 single board computer now. So we'll probably look at that in the future. Oh, Kib says, my router just pulled a restart to Reno and it takes 2 minutes, 47 seconds to boot. Jesse says, Wheel of Regret rating equals words used by Red Foreman. I'll have to look that one up. Jeremy says, nice for early Windows gaming. Yes. Jaywire, what a tease. All right. The third item. Now, Jesse, don't you get jealous here. Don't you get jealous, Jesse. Also, I'm not sure what this smells like because I'm torn between popcorn and coffee. because the seller reused a box, and I haven't been able to figure out what was in the box, but it smells like popcorn or coffee. Looking at the box again to see if it's marked what it's. It still smells like kind of. Let me see. I'm still stumped. The packing peanuts in the box, they're biodegradable. They still kind of have a scent to either that or they're like freshly made packing peanuts. No, no, the packing peanuts don't. It's the box. This box smells like popcorn or coffee still, and it's been open for a day. But anyways, I have another compact LTE 286 because I'm a glutton for punishment. Hear me out. I really didn't want to buy another one of these, but it included the power adapter. If you all have seen me try to repair the first power adapter I have been unsuccessful. Well, this one comes with a power adapter. But wait, there's more. Alright, so I'm going to plug this one in. Now, there is a bit of physical damage on this unit. I believe the physical damage was in the auction photos, so I can't blame shipping. So, yes, I am going to plug this power adapter in. And you all might see the backlight. Yeah, these power bricks are like... Okay, come on, focus. Sorry, my camera's spazzing out. There's not enough contrast here. Okay, there we go. So, we have a diskette controller error, RTC lost power, system options not set, run setup, insert diagnostic diskette in drive A. But it powers up! And the power bricks are a pain to repair. Yeah, I know the power brick probably needs recap. It could be... Electrolyte could be sizzling out as we speak. But here's the thing. This one powers up. Also, I think the hard drive's dead. The hard drive is making a buzzing noise. Oh. Well, let's see what happens if I press F1. Nothing. Oh, the keyboard. Yeah, the keyboard's not responding. Great. All right. All right. Full of... Adam says it's full of bees. Frank asks it's dead Jim. Tibbs with retro. Power brick leaks magic smell of fish. Yeah, let me unplug the power brick. Actually... Something is fishy. Something is very fishy here. Ooh. um, um. Well, I can tell you what's fishy, and all right, I am going to remove the battery before I forget. Yes, I smell fish, and it's actually the LTE laptop. Actually, there is a distinct fishy smell emanating from this LTE 286. The Wheel of Regret score is rancid filet-o-fish. All right. Kim says I didn't mean it literally. Actually, the power brick doesn't really smell like fish. It's the notebook that smells like fish. um, if it wasn't for the fact that I do want to eventually get to the IBM Portable Personal Computer, I would actually go grab the LTE 286 I've recapped and see if it'll power up with this power brick. Alright, we might do that later, because I want to get through Wheel of Regrets. We have one more Wheel of Regrets item, so yeah. This one, Wheel of Regrets score on the compact LTE 286. It's alive! But it's oh so filet-o-fishy. Not apologizing for making fun of McDonald's. Alright, let me find a place to set this, because finding an LTE 286 that works enough to get data from it, as in what voltage is the power brick output, Jesse could probably concur. They're really hard to find one with a working power brick. I'm sure they all need recapped. But to have one that I could actually know that there's probably a chance of saving it. Alright. And finally. Jeremy says rancid filet-o-fish equals El Barfo. Yeah, at least there's only 3 SMD caps to worry about, that's for sure. Sad Mac says it's alive, regretfully. Sad Mac, oh no, fishy caps and ancient 90s plastic. Yeah. Alright. So, we are down to the last Wheel of Regrets item. And I don't know why I'm delaying, because by process of elimination, we've taken a look at the Media GX board. We've taken a look at the single board computer. We've taken a look at the LTE 286. So, the only thing that could be in this box is a Quadra A40AV. Hot. Nope, just kidding. I wish there was a Quadra A40AV in here for me. All right. I don't know if it's necessarily a good thing that I selected which Macintosh I was going to use as a parts donor for a project by the fact that I was down to 2 that were fairly cheap. This is how I get regrets, as I spend not a lot of money. Which amplifies the regret score, regretfully. And it came down to, I was down to 2 Macintoshes that were donor candidates, although one had, like, cracks on the faceplate. And I was like, okay, well, I could maybe glue the cracked plastic together. They were about the same price. I think they were within, like, $20. Yeah, you could probably tell that this one's just a little bit yellowed. The metal top is painted. It is fairly close to the original color, so yeah, you could tell it's a bit yellowed. It actually does have the screw on the back, believe it or not. I went for this one. It came down to how far was the shipping going to be for both of these. And I think the one that was like $70 plus tax was in California. And this one I want to say was like $80 plus, or it was like $80 was the buy it now price and shipping plus tax. I think it was like $10 more. Maybe it was 20. Anyways, this one was actually on the East Coast. So it came down to I pay less, but it's got to come from California. Or I pay a little bit more and it's only going to come down the East Coast. So which one's going to be more likely to show up in the condition that I'm expecting it to? Well, I went with the one that was in Concord, New Hampshire. Also, if you know what college I went to, it was not in Concord, New Hampshire. But I went to Concord College, which is not in New Hampshire. All right. Okay, you can't see it yet, but I can. All right. The biggest risk when you buy one of these Macs. The battery. Are you ready? Brace yourself. Are you ready to see the condition of the battery? Whew! Oh, no. No hard drive sled. Well, okay. I think I'm okay with there not being a hard drive sled. Although it will be a pain in the rear to get one. But the thing is, I'll just tape a blue. I'd just tape the blue SCSI to it if I need to. Actually, I could probably 3D print a sled. More importantly, though, because the seller didn't post any interior photos, so I went solely by the fact there was no rust on the bottom of the case. Yeah, that was the gamble. Since I have a project in mind for this, so the fact that if it was battery bombed, I wasn't quite as worried about it. All right, why can I not get the yeah? All right, come on. Try to get the. There we go. Yes, it is a SAFT. Oh, interesting. If I'm reading the date code correctly, this might be a 2007 battery, so I think this battery might have been replaced in the past. Okay, I'm definitely sure we have leaking capacitors here. But yeah, I don't know what I did with my voltmeter. So we have this is a 2VX. The CD-ROM drive is in here. I'm sure it needs recapped. I do see that. Yep, it definitely is a 2VX board because I see the cache chips under the optical drive. You can I think I might be able to just. Oh. Do I have my flashlight? Nope. I've misplaced my flashlight. Never mind. Oh, I knocked over the isopropyl alcohol that I didn't realize was on my bench. Huh. All right, 8:49. The isopropyl alcohol got spilled. Smell for fish. No, I can't smell for fish, but I'm pretty sure they're leaking. I do see video RAM under here. So there are two video RAM sims. I don't remember if these have onboard video RAM or if you have to put sims in. The programmer and interrupt switches are here. And the sim memory is... Oh, okay. There's a chance these might be 4 megabyte sims. Yeah, I've got yeah, Tataran batteries are decent. All right. How about let's do something that I might regret. I may very well regret this. I don't remember if these Aztec or oh, this is a Delta. I don't know if they have reefas in them. Let's try to power this up. Not that it really matters. I bought it for the case, not the logic board, but I mean if the logic board works, then that is a nice bonus. I don't know if electrolyte is reflective, Jeremy. And that would require me to find the flashlight that I've misplaced, so... Or turn on the flashlight on my cell phone and then risk forgetting to turn it off and I have a dead battery later. Alright. Hold please. I'm trying to find the video adapter doodle. Which I didn't put in the drawer of my... No, I had to put it in the drawer. Yeah, we'll try to power this up. And I have a power supply I can put in here if this power supply is dead. I just have to find the Macintosh video adapter. Because, of course, Apple had to be all proprietary with the video output port. Although, I guess it could be said that when Apple put a video output on their computers, I don't know if you could really call what was available on PCs standard enough for Apple to copy them. So I guess I could see the argument that there wasn't really a standard for Apple to copy because VGA was probably fairly new. And how does Apple know that IBM's standard's going to take off? So there could be that argument. But then there's also the argument that they should probably have seen that, well, IBMs don't appear to be going away, so maybe you should copy IBM's connector because it kind of looks like it's got some holding power. Hold on, I am trying to find my Macintosh video adapter. And for some reason, I have misplaced it. Alright. I must have put it in my drawer and then put something on it. Quite honestly, I probably thought that this was going to be a train wreck inside and didn't even think it would be worth trying to power up. It's actually in better shape than I was expecting it to be, so... Alright. I'm trying to find the video adapter. Quite honestly, I should probably make a new coffee goal to buy AirTags for everything. I'll only need like $30,000 to buy all the AirTags to put on everything. You're probably thinking, "Oh, Justin, that's a lot of AirTags." And yes, it is a lot of AirTags, but I also have a lot of things I misplaced. So, because what aren't they like $29.99 a piece? So really, that's only like 1,000 AirTags. Although maybe if I'm buying 1,000, maybe Apple will give me a small discount. Yeah, right. All right. The embarrassing thing is it's probably right in front of me, and I just can't see it because. All right. Hold, please. I need to get some paper towel to wipe up the isopropyl alcohol that I spilled because it's like making more of a mess than I really want it to. And also, apparently, I left my Macintosh video adapter connected to the last thing I had plugged into it. So let me go walk over and check to see if it's like connected or checking the back to make sure it didn't fall off the back of my desk. There we go. Oh, found my multimeter. Is that in this place? Okay, I found my other video adapter. I do have two. All right, hold please while I wipe up my spill. Oh, actually, I probably don't want to. Oh, there we go. I just had to be choosy where I threw the silicon mat with isopropyl alcohol on it. All right, I'll catch up with chat momentarily. All right, I got the video adapter. I don't know what it's set to. The one I was looking for is usually set to like 640 by 480. All right. Here we go. All right. Power. All right, I plugged in the Apple power supply. All right, let me see. Is there a power button on the computer? No. Wait a minute. I thought these. Oh, there it is. All right, attempting to power up in 3, 2, 1. I heard a tick. Something's happening. Jeremy, the IBM computer we're looking at is not mine, so we are. It is going to be the opposite of full send. All right, I heard the thing click, but that's it. I didn't hear like any bongs or beeps, and I don't see any green LEDs. Of course, maybe I didn't have the power supply plugged in all the way. All right, let's try that again. No, that's not doing anything. Okay, I know. Meaning, okay, that is one unhappy power supply. So, what do we do with unhappy power supplies? Well, I'll pull it out and I'll grab one I've recapped. How's that sound? All right, there is usually one screw that holds these in, but it is not present on this computer, so therefore I just have to manage to wiggle this out. I know you were joking, Jeremy, but I just wanted it to be clear that the IBM is not mine, so. Oh, hold on. All right. Why can I not unplug this? Or does this have one of those? Oh, this power supply has one of those stupid clips on it. Oh no, actually, actually, I just realized why this computer might have not powered up. I don't think the power supply was plugged into the logic board. I mean, I know I was rocking it in and out, but I'm actually not sure it was plugged in all the way. All right. I'm going to have to use some sort of a motivation device to. It's not a wireless power supply, unfortunately. All right. I am using a gentle motivation device to try to pry the power supply up from the metal. I am inserting this power supply between the power supply case and the metal frame. I am not putting it anywhere near the circuit board, so don't worry. I think the power supply, though, is. I think the reason why it wasn't working is because it's like it got it got unwedged at some point. And yes, I did just double check. The screw that normally holds it in is not present. Because there is a screw on the back that can hold it in. It is not present. But yeah, the power supply is definitely. Yeah, the angle it's in is definitely not indicative of it working. Yeah, extra long. Kib says extra long PSU extractor tool patent pending. Yeah, I know. Apple should have known that wireless was going to be the technology of the future and come out with wireless power supply first. I mean, granted, it might have mean that you needed to keep your computer 3 feet away, otherwise you might get this buzzing sensation as you used your computer as the electrons flowed between you and the computer, but still. Still feels like there's something holding this power supply in, but all right. Okay, let's try a different approach, shall we? Maybe if I remove the metal frame, then maybe I can push the power supply out from the other side, maybe? All right. Okay. All right. Got the power connector unplugged. I got the floppy drive unplugged. Got the SCSI unplugged. The power supply is not engaged in its connector. And oh, and the optical drive audio is now not disengaging. All right, fine. Be that way. Okay, now that I've done all that, I spent all that time just to get to the power supply not being plugged in. Oh, the power supply is loose now. Luckily, it fell onto the boxes that are beside me because I was not expecting it to fall. So no damage. All right, so let's do this way. All right, we are going to power this up with a Mad Dog power supply. Okay, I know the power supply is good. All right, let's see if it just powers up. And if it does, then I'll rotate things to be able to plug the video cable in. All right. All right, I just applied power. All right, 3, 2, 1. And all right, it turns on and turns off immediately. Wah, 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 wah. All right, I'm looking at the board. I suspect. All right, this is cache, video RAM, DRAM. Okay, so this VRAM does have to stay plugged in because this is DRAM, I believe. All right, but if we're not powering up, that means something is shorted. There are tantalums on the board. Okay, let me. Francois, 3 a.m. comes so early. All right, let me pull up the pinout of the power supply. All right. Well, if I can find the pinout. That is not the pinout. Hold, please. I'm still trying to find the pinout. Nope. I don't know why it is so hard to find the pinout for the power supply for the Macintosh 2CI. Because I want to check for shorts. I'm pretty sure there is a short, but then at least I can say that I have left no stone unturned until I can recap the board. Although in reality, I want to use the case for something else. Potentially. All right. Fine. I'll pull up the GitHub repo. Or the adapter board I'm using. Oh, I'm not signed into GitHub. All right. Well, I will not be pulling that out then. All right. ETX2 pin. Very annoying. All I'm finding are websites for the Dell 10-pin power adapter. Why am I having so much trouble searching the web for things that I know exist? Like search engines are like becoming worse and worse. All right. Fine. I'll use Google. All right, there we go. Is this? Oh, you got to be logged into this form to see that. Never mind. All right, still having trouble here. So far, I found a page on Big Mess of Wires that won't load. Page on the 68K MLA forums that requires me to sign in to see the picture. Well, that's oh, Big Mess of Wires site must be down. Looks like they might sell the adapter. Unfortunately, I can't read the writing on the silk screen. Otherwise, I would just go to the GitHub repo, but the silk screen is not legible. The print's too small to have printed correctly. All right. Okay, I'm going to I think I'm going to declare the regret score on this. I can do with it what I want to do with it. Repairing the logic board will be a bonus. Yeah, I don't see anything obviously wrong with it, but I suspect one of the tantalums shorted. Okay, well, let me see if I can unplug the audio cable. Ow! Okay. I smacked my thumb against my other hand. Mm. Okay. So I suspect the power supply that came in this will need recapped. I suspect the logic board needs recapped. If I can get the logic board working, I may sell it to offset my costs for the project that I'm doing with it. More to come on that. Yeah. Okay, the fan in this power supply is quite dirty. And I'm trying to see, were there any reefa caps in here to have been concerned about? I can't tell. I don't know if Delta used reefa caps or something else. I know there's probably safety caps in here. All right. Anyways. All right. Yes, it would be nice if I could get this to work. The logic board and the power supply to work. I may actually still need the power supply. Having one of those can be handy. I will also see if I can't like recap and get the CD-ROM drive to work, because it definitely is going to need recapped if there's any hope of it working. Although I'm looking at the front faceplate of it, and it looks like it might be. Okay. Well, we'll see. Okay. Well, I guess let me put this to the side. More to come on this. But I guess the regret score is, well, it looks like the case survived as well as I could be expecting it to, but it could use a little bit of a retro bright. Okay. Actually, if those are 4 MB sims, that right there might be the nice bonus for getting this case. All right, let me set this to the side. It's just going to be in my way. All right, that has been Wheel of Regrets. That took longer than I was expecting it to. Tune in Thursday, and you will find out that I haven't bought anything on eBay. Uh, and the item I bought on Friday, you just saw. You saw it a little while ago. I haven't bought anything on eBay since Friday. I have nothing inbound from eBay. All right. And now for what you all. That was a 2VX. That was a Macintosh 2VX. This is an IBM 5155. It is in its carrying case, which is actually in fairly decent shape. I think it's got its power cord here, which I won't be using, but it is here. I may recommend the... I don't know that that's the original power cord. I may recommend replacing it, because it is 40 years old. So anyways, this is not my IBM Portable Personal Computer. I mean, so there's no need to suggest ways I could hot rod it, because it's not mine to hot rod as I see fit. However, I will be making recommendations to the owner of it if they would like to make some things easier to use. But as far as I know, they want me to restore it. But obviously, I will let them know about things such as the XTIDE, which would make it a little easier to use. But I think they wanted to restore it so that they could, I guess, reminisce, maybe let their kids enjoy it. But anyways, I have not pulled it completely out of the case yet. This is the first time I'm pulling it completely out. I will not be powering this up unless I'm sure that it's safe to power up. Because, again, it is not mine. And it is an IBM. It is 40 years old. I've seen enough episodes of Epitronics to know that these things have those evil three-legged tantalum capacitors that like to go pop in your dreams. Hey, Gut Bomb! So, I am also zoomed out as far as I can, and this is, yeah, I'm going to have trouble fitting this into frame. Jesse says, my coworkers think I lost my mind every time I mention IBM or Compaq. Yeah. All right, so let's see what we got here. So it looks like the back door is intact. I have used one of these before. It was a long time ago. So please, if you do see that I'm about to do something incredibly stupid, let me know. But I do need to, I think, try to get the door open carefully. It's not opening for some reason. All right. So it does look like this computer has, I believe that's going to be the IBM CGA card. And it looks like it's got a parallel. No, that's the floppy port for an external floppy. And I think that's a parallel port. Oh, wait. Is that a CGA card? Okay, so I don't see any serial ports. I. Oh, wait. Do I have this thing upside down? Is that why I'm having so much trouble with it? Oh! Okay, well, that might be one reason why I'm having so much trouble with it. Do I have it upside? No. No, it's not upside down. Hold, please. I'm having a. Oh. I can't. I can't tell which way's right side up. Because the door looks like it. I thought the door opened down. Alright, I don't know how to work the door. But the IBM label's actually on the side here. So this must be right side up. And I feel dumb. It's like I think I should know how you work the door. But it's been like count exceeded years since I've last actually touched one of these. And I don't ever remember having to do anything with the door. All right. Jeremy's got the diagnostic steps to follow in mind already. Well, first of all, I'm not powering it. Well, actually, first of all, I can't power it up until I can figure out how the door on the back of it works. And I don't think I can disassemble it until I can figure out how the door on the back of it works. Because it's like stopping mid open. It's binding on something, and I can't see what it's binding on. And I don't want to break it, because this is not mine. And yeah, I'm sure there's Reefa caps in the power supply too, but there's tantalums. Alright. Well, moving along. Ooh, alright. I do have the keyboard. Ah. Oh, the keyboard sounds wonderful. Alright. Let me go ahead and remove the keyboard so that I can set it in a safe spot. The keyboard Ew. There is something liquid. I just wiped something liquid off of it. Gross. Okay, the keyboard itself mechanically seems to be in good shape. The key switches sound excellent. But I think the rubber is liquefying. Ew. Really gross. Ew. Okay. So I believe the keyboard cable is it has a liquid on it. Yeah, I'll check for shorted tantalums as soon as I can get inside of it. All right. All right. I'm going to go set the keyboard well off to the side so that I can't knock it over. Other than the fact that I'm probably changing the cable. Just set the keyboard on the lowest shelf, on that shelf, as long as I don't try to remove the K-Pro from the... Okay, and I can see here that we have the IBM screen. It's got some keyboard cable liquid on it, but it does look like the CRT is in good shape. I don't see any burn-in. I don't see any signs that it's lost its vacuum seal. So that should be good. We've got the two IBM 360K floppy drives. And I do see that there are some screws on the front, which I bet if I remove those, then hopefully the back cover will slide off. All right. Also, the computer is dirty on the outside, and I'm actually kind of curious if all right. I am going to take some window cleaner and like clean just a little spot to see how well this dirt that's on it might be coming off. It doesn't look like it's yellowed. It just looks like it's dirty. So I have a feeling, and I think from what my coworker told me, that it's been in storage for a while. And I suspect it's been stored in the bag, so... Oh, yeah, okay. And, oh, actually, I think you can actually see... I think you can see a difference there. Yeah, alright. So I think the outside of this case is probably going to clean up nicely with just some window cleaner. But I don't think I need to risk a retro bright. And there you go. So you can, there's where I cleaned. You can actually, I can see a difference on my monitor. It is subtle, but it's there. There's the kind of the border where I cleaned. And there's what I removed. And this is just foaming glass cleaner. Bleach free. Even though it says Clorox, it's bleach free. Streak free shine. So I'm not going to clean it now, but I just wanted to see how that might. Yeah, there's an IBM 5155 under all this dirt. So yeah. Okay, let me see if I can get the cover off. It looks like IBM used a Torx bit. Well, okay, there is a slot on the screw head, but there is a Torx bit in the middle, and I would rather remove these screws with the Torx bit if I've got one that matches than trying to use the slot. I may need to go upstairs and grab my... Oh, wait. Oh, that's not a Torx bit. That's actually a... What is that? Is that a hex bit? Actually, I think it's hex, not Torx. That's too big. All right, let me... Well, actually, maybe... maybe I can find a slotted screwdriver. No, that one's too small. This one's too big. All right, let me go upstairs and grab my other screwdriver set. That's probably going to be the... Oh, okay, let me give it one last look. Because I took my good set upstairs and left my assorted bits down here, and I think I need my good set. And by good set, I mean one I bought on Amazon cheaply, because every time I go to Harbor Freight and see if I can buy one of those nice Quinn sets, my Harbor Freight hasn't restocked them. Okay, let me go grab my... I need... Oh, hey, Rudy, welcome! Alright, let me go upstairs, grab my good screwdriver set, and I'll be right back. Alright, is my audio audible? That's always the risk when I go to be right back. And nope, this is definitely an IBM. I think Compaq copied IBM in more ways than one. Only did they clean room copy their BIOS, I think they copied the looks of their computer too. Yay, you can hear me. Alright, while I try to find the correct bit for opening this computer. Thursday, I'm going to have the talking Emerson 286 computer back on the workbench because my audio is very crackly. All right. It's not that you can't hear me, it's crackly. All right, one moment, please. All right, hopefully that fixed the crackly noise. Oh, come on. You know those times when you realize that you may not have the bit for opening the computer? I might not have the bit needed to open this computer. Which is really weird. All right, this set does not have the right bit. The bits are too small. Arg. This is entirely embarrassing. All right, I am going to have to go upstairs again and attempt to see if I can find a flat-bladed screwdriver that is not one that takes removable bits. Unless I can find my cobalt one here real quick that's vanished. What did I do with it? I wish I had an iFixit tool set, but I don't. So, next best thing is all right. Let me see if I can. Somewhere I have a screwdriver that has some bits in it that might fit, but unfortunately, I keep losing bits for it. Okay, this is embarrassing. Apparently, I have managed to find the one computer that uses a really odd screw that may not have a bit to open it. I have it misplaced. All right. Maybe one of these days I'll break down and buy an iFixit tool set. Okay, let me see if any of these bits fit. If they do, then I'll try to find the handle that goes with these, which seemingly has vanished somewhere. Oh, wait. There it is. I found the handle. I try to keep this set down here, but inevitably I take it upstairs if I'm working on computers upstairs. All right. I'm trying to see if any of these hex bits fit the part that's. All right. I think I'm about to go upstairs and find a flat bladed screwdriver because I have. Oh, wait. Here we go. I might. This might be it. It might not be it. Oh, here we go. It's apparently a 3 millimeter. Here we go. 3 millimeter hex. There's the screw. Apparently, a 3 millimeter hex will fit in the middle of that. All right, we're good. Well, actually, I might have a problem here. I may have to go upstairs and grab my Allen key set. Because unfortunately, while the bottom screws, I can fit this handle in and fit the screws, the top are recessed and this isn't going to fit. So I'm going to go find a 3 millimeter Allen key. Yep. All right. Let me go. I think I might have one down here, though. You know, my Allen key sets are upstairs. Okay, let me go upstairs and grab my Allen key set. It's not something I usually need to repair computers, so that's why I don't keep it down here. Okay. All right. These are like the weirdest screws, but I'm hoping this cover slides off once I get these off. All right. Now, the one other thing is, please realize that I also did tell my coworker I'd give him a repair estimate, so I hope you realize that we may not be powering this on tonight. Because I quite probably don't have the tantalums needed to replace the ones that are on here. I'm sure there's going to be at least one that's shorted. The thing is, though, I have been known to give free estimates, especially in cases like this where I didn't actually have to go pick the computer up. And I can live stream inspecting it, so kind of one of those. I can give a free estimate in that case because we get entertainment, and part of the entertainment is to see how long it takes me to lose one of these factory original screws. All right. Ooh, looky there. I haven't figured out how you open the door, but I'm in. Well, partially. Well, I have penetrated the first layer of defenses, and now I need to penetrate the second layer of defenses, because as you might be able to get an idea from looking at the bottom, IBM shielded this thing very well. In fact, it looks like the only thing not in the shielding is the speaker. Probably because you wouldn't be able to hear it otherwise. Oh, no, Rudy. I won't be. The only way I would fix this for free is in the rare chance that the only thing that's wrong with it. Well, actually, if the only thing wrong with it is it need cleaned, I would probably, that would, well, okay, the keyboard cable probably needs replaced, but or at least thoroughly cleaned. Okay, so probably not a free repair, but if the thing that it turned out to need that it needed was like a deep cleaning, then well, probably would be as close to free as you're going to get. I probably wouldn't charge very much. But still, if that's the only thing it needs, I'm not going to clean it until I get an authorization. Only because there's a chance she might say, "Oh, well, if that's all it needs, I can do that." I mean, she might also tell me just go ahead and clean it while I've got it, because I got the cleaner, I got the wipes, I got everything. All right, this is like, okay. There's gotta, okay, there's gotta be another screw on this. That, or is this slide back? No, there's gotta be another screw holding that on. I can't believe that there's only one screw. Ah, that's because there is a second screw and it's right here. Oh, wrong screwdriver. Oh, cool. Oh, good. I forgot to ping you on that, Rudy. Rudy's sending me a K-Pro video board. Awesome. unplug the keyboard connector. And, oh, it feels like there's a third screw. Arrgh. Let me guess. There's a... Oh, no, it's... Oh, yes, there is a third screw. I think there might also be a nylon clip holding this shield on, too. After all, IBM wouldn't want stray electromagnetic interference to escape from their computer, lest they get the visit from the FCC. There we go. The shield is off. And what do I see? I see IBM stuff inside, which is probably good. Oh, that's neat. Here we go. All right, so at first glance, I see lots and lots and lots of tantalum capacitors. Ooh, what do I see here? I'm looking at you, C56. You look... You look like a mean one. I think C56 might have lost its top already. Yeah. Okay. So I suspect there might actually be a short on this board if I check it. Because C56 is looking awfully suspicious. Yeah, that's definitely a tantalum, and that's definitely not the way it should look. Gutbomb says that cap had a party and everyone was invited. Actually, I think that cap had a party and it didn't need to invite anyone. It's like the person that threw the party in the Uber. Good night, Frank. Also, you might notice, I believe the math coprocessor is installed in here, so that's neat. My coworker did say this computer got her through college, so it would not surprise me if... I don't remember what her degree is, but would not surprise me if the floating point unit was installed to make some of the computing things this computer did just a little bit more tolerable. There we go. Let's, I'm, actually... Yes, that is a C8087. For sure. And looking for date codes here. Well, I can't really see a date code on it. I bet the date code's on the bottom on that chip. But anyways, I think this FPU is... Oh yeah, it's got gold pins and everything. Yeah, this FPU's definitely been in here. Yeah, it's definitely been in here. It's definitely not a recent install. That is probably... possibly the system was ordered from IBM with it, or it was upgraded shortly thereafter, probably. I don't see the date code, but yeah. Ooh, actually, I think I see another... Is that another tantalum? No, that's not another tantalum. It's blown. But yeah, we definitely have a problem with C56 there. All right, so we got I think this is a parallel card, maybe? Or Or maybe it's a serial card. I can't tell. No, it's a parallel card. I don't think it's an IBM card, though. So I think it was installed afterwards. I don't see an IBM FRU number on it. Now, this, though, I believe is an original IBM card. Yep, because that's the floppy controller. And then here's the IBM CGA card. And Jeremy's going to shelf his Sam Coupe project and continue the MicroPet. Oh, cool. Mini Pet was over $300, while the MicroPet was about $100 cheaper. Yeah, the Sam Coupe seems like a neat computer to clone, but was going to take a lot of harder to get parts. Yeah, I think I could definitely agree with your continuing with the MicroPet and focusing on that. So, all right, so let's see if we got it. Oh, actually, here's another weird tantalum. It's got like a white coating on it. That's weird. All right, let's see if we got shorts. I'm pretty sure we're going to have shorts on this board. I would be amazed if uh-oh. Oh, there we go. I apparently left my multimeter on, but the battery's fine. All right. I will be amazed if there is not a short on this board. All right. So the orange wire. All right, we're good there. Yellow wire. Ding, 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 ding. We have a short. Houston, we have a problem. And I can't say that I am surprised. All right, well, that's 33 ohms on red. Okay, well, that's okay. I believe yellow is 12 volts if I remember my color codes correctly. Red is 33 ohms. That's probably 5 volts. There is a lot of 5-volt logic on the board, so it doesn't surprise me that it would be a relatively low resistance on 5 volts, but there is definitely a short on 12-volt rail on the motherboard. Now, is it a short on the motherboard, or is it a short on something plugged into the motherboard? I think let me pull the two expansion cards out if I can safely extract them so I can at least get an idea. I would love to say that C56 is the only tantalum capacitor that's shorted, but oh, okay. How do you get this silly thing out of here? All right, hold please. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. Good night, Rudy. All right. So I'm gonna pull the CGA card out because I do know it has the same tantalum capacitors on it. And all right, let's see if the 12-volt rail is still shorted. I will then separately check the CGA card. Yep, definitely. That's not to say that the CGA card maybe doesn't also have a shorted tantalum on it. It has plenty of those ridiculous three-legged tantalums on it as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I am strongly considering recommending that all of the tantalums be replaced. Especially if I can figure out a number to figure out how much they'll cost. Because I do know these tantalums that IBM used are of dubious long of dubious long-term longevity. Yep, the floppy controller has 2 of them. Yep, that's definitely an IBM part. I don't see an FRU number on it, but I'm pretty sure this is the IBM floppy controller. All right, so let me check. We're probably still shorted. Yep, still shorted. I'm pretty sure this parallel card's not the cause. Okay, so if anyone's wondering, this is a 64 to 256 KB system board. Quite honestly, if I remember my IBM planers, I believe this is the same planer that they used in the XT. Although it looks smaller. I thought the XT board was wider. Maybe it's not. Yeah, at some point I might actually remove the board. Oh, probably what I should do though is remove the power supply connector and double check that the board is still shorted. Because it could be the power supply that's shorted. Although I'm pretty sure it's this motherboard. Yep, definitely the motherboard. I mean, not that the power supply doesn't possibly also have problems because it could have refas in it. But yeah. I think probably what I'll do is Epitronics has worked on a number of IBM systems. I could probably use one of those videos to get an estimate of the number of tantalum caps in one of these systems. And I'm inclined, although I would love to know your all's opinion on it, but I'm inclined to recommend that all of those three-legged tantalum capacitors be replaced because they are just waiting to go off when you least expect it. However, I will say I was kind of afraid when she mentioned that the computer is kind of moldy and dirty that I don't really see any mold on it, and the inside of it's really clean, which is actually good. That probably means I'll be able to clean and lubricate the floppy drives. And yes, I do know there's probably a couple tantalums on these floppy drives. And there's a chance that they might be shorted too. Yep. Okay. Jesse says, without question, recommend replacement. Okay. Jeremy, I'd be interested to know your opinion on it too. Of course, anyone else, but I know Epitronics' opinion, but he's not in the chat at the moment. He would also say definite replacement. All right. Let me go ahead and put these boards back in. Because the one thing is, I was going to put this back together partly because I don't want to lose any pieces, and partly because I will update my thumbnail with a picture of the system. I just was, when I whipped up the thumbnail real quick yesterday, I didn't have time to take a picture of the system. Oh, you got sidetracked. Okay, Gutbomb says replace. No worries, Jeremy. I was just asking the chat their opinion on, do I recommend just replacing all the tantalum caps? I have Jesse and Gutbomb are both on can't replace. Yeah, Jeremy says the expansion cards can have shorted caps. Well, I'm inclined to just recommend replacing all the tantalums, which would include the expansion cards, because by the time I'm going to do that, an extra 10 tantalum caps is quite possibly to a quantity discount anyways. So yeah, especially because I think they're all the same value. But that is the one thing I can say for sure. There's at least one shorted tantalum cap on the board, potentially more, and the ones IBM used are not known for their long-term longevity after 40 years. So Jeremy concurs. All right. I will definitely recommend replacement. I'll just have to figure out how many are in the system. Can I pull the one that I know is short? Well, I mean, although I think I know which one's shorted. I could. I mean, I certainly could pull it, and I don't think anyone could argue against doing that. But to actually get the board out to remove it, I have to remove. Ugh! Okay, let me see if I can tell how much I have to remove to get the board out. Because I got to remove the floppy drives. For sure. Because I don't think the board will slide out with them in place. Or at least I have to remove the... Oh, wait. Oh, wait a minute. Did IBM... Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I don't have to remove the floppy drives. Maybe I only have to remove this metal bar that supports them. Because it looks like the only screw holding the motherboard in is like one in the corner. Could it really be that easy? All right. Well, let me take a look in the power supply first, because it's quite possible if I open this power supply up and also I now am going to have to disclaim, even though you can't see what I'm doing, that you shouldn't open up the power supply in a computer unless you know what you're doing. High voltages exist inside, depending on what country you're in. There are going to be higher voltages than exist here than does say trained personnel only on the top of it for a good reason. IBM used a security bit, and now I got to figure out where my security bits are. Okay, I'm gonna peek inside the power supply, then we'll go back to maybe pulling the motherboard out. Because it does look like the motherboard should just... It looks like if I remove the expansion cards and I unplug it, and I unplug power to the floppy drives because I think that's in the way, and I remove the metal bar that holds the floppy drives up, looks like it slides out, so maybe I can do that. Hi, Dave. Welcome. Yeah, don't be poking inside the power supply if you don't know what you're doing. And that goes double for the monitor, but I think I can open the power supply up without removing this cover. Although this has been unplugged for a long, long time. So I'm not too worried about it storing a voltage. No, I know I've got a set of them down here. Hold, please. I think I got a set down here. The question is where I hid them. Alright, they're not there. Actually, maybe I don't have a set down here. Alright, I'll put the iFixit set on my list. I just don't know where on the list it goes. The problem with putting everything at the top of the list, you still have to prioritize the number one need. Alright, let me go see if I got this set up. Alright, I found one of my sets of security bits. I know my birthday stream is coming up, and I would say that maybe a nice new set of bits would be something to ask for, but well, maybe I will. Maybe that'll be my goal for my birthday stream. I could think of a few other things that I also could use. All right. Oh, there we go. I was about to say, oh, please don't tell me that this Harbor Freight set won't remove these. That's not cool. Wait a minute. All right, so T9 is 2. Oh, oh, well, that's not cool. Okay, so I need a T10 security bit. But it would appear as if I never noticed that the T10 security bit in my Harbor Freight set of security bits is Basura, as Jeremy would say. It's the hole in it is not centered, and the Torx part of it is garbage. Great. All right, well, I guess we're not inspecting this power supply. All right, well, I guess maybe the yeah, high quality. Basura. I'm, yeah, garbage. Total garbage. Well, on that disappointing bombshell of a revelation, I guess we'll go to pulling the motherboard out and removing the obviously shorted tantalum capacitor. Because I'm not getting this power supply open. Great. I, hmm. I'm thinking that maybe I should charge enough for this repair so that I can get a good quality set of bits. How does that sound? Or at least be on a decent way to getting one, because actually it does appear so I'm going to need one to repair the system, and I would say that all right. What are these really weird? Oops. Oh, that's the bit set that I'm trying not to lose bits out of, and I probably just caused bits to fall out of it. Thus starts the cycle of Justin losing enough bits that I have to buy another cheap set. All right. Yeah, I'll probably get a set of. I'll probably get an iFixit set. It's just I realize a good set of bits is a valuable thing to have, but I guess I haven't bought myself a set of bits like that because I always lose the bits. Not that there also aren't a few things I could use more than just a set of bits, but well, I mean, my Harbor Freight's not restocking the Quinn set of bits, so it's not like I'm probably going to be able to buy one anytime soon because I really don't want to pay shipping on one. But the problem is, I think my local Harbor Freight got them in, and I think they all walked out of the store. Like, soon after them getting them. And I'm pretty sure you probably know what I mean by walked out of the store. Because every time I check, they show they've got inventory, but they claim they're not in the back, and well, they are not on the shelf either. Jesse says I've seen a lot better about bits since I purchased one of those 80s compact screwdrivers. And I put a link into the chat for the toolkit. Yeah, I think I can. Let me see here. Yeah, let me see if I can find it. Oh, I can buy one of those Quinn sets on eBay, the place where I buy things I later regret, for $12 more than Harbor Freight charges before shipping. Which one would I like? Quite honestly, I'd probably rather have the iFixit set, but this is I know Retro Tech or Die reviewed that set, and I think I can hold on. One moment here while I sign in to Amazon. Please keep me signed in. Oh, please do ask me lots of sign on questions that'll require me to ever increasingly grab more things to answer. Let's see here. My one time password is 12345. By the way, it's not. The chat's probably like, yeah, we figured it's a Spaceballs reference. All right, let me. I think I got a link that will help you if you're looking for the iFixit set. Let me fix it real quick. Because I think the set I was looking at for iFixit. Oh, all right, hold please. Oh, that must be it right there. Oh, that's one of them. All right. I'm about to share another link in the chat. If you'll just hold, please. Let's see. It's that one. And I'm pretty sure that's got. Oh, yeah, that does have security bits in it. All right. Add to list. All right. There we go. All right. See my lists. Let's see. Is that a public list? Yes, that is the public list. View only. Copy link. And there you go. The iFixit sets are on that Amazon wish list. Yes, I can definitely say I actually have a Manta kit at work. It is a really nice set. I I know everyone likes their LTT screwdrivers, but I have to say that iFixit driver, even though it's not a ratcheting driver, it is really nice because I found it's got enough weight that if you got a screw that you don't need to ratchet, it has enough weight that you can almost kind of hold it by the top, which is free turning, and use the weight of the screwdriver to kind of help you get the screw out. Which sometimes is just as valuable than having a ratcheting screwdriver. I mean, nothing hugely against the LTT for coming up with a ratcheting screwdriver that everyone seemingly wants. Yeah, I got bum says I do not like the LTT one. Yeah, I know. Was it Project Garage actually did a review, and I think there's a better one. I guess let me phrase it. I don't fault the L Linus Media Group for designing a screwdriver to sell. I mean, they do have to make money to stay in business, but yeah, kind of the I don't know that it necessarily solves more. Yeah, yeah, the I definitely like the Manta kit. It the Manta kit is a very solid set. Yeah, I think the Pro kit is also um I mean, I think on that wish list just because it was easier to add the iFixit sets to the wish list because then I could you could like see them all. Um oh yeah, there we go. And then the I'll add the Pro one if anyone's curious. Um Granted, this is just my Amazon wish list. It's not like a affiliate link or anything. I have been resisting to sign up for the Amazon affiliate thing from steal it from work. No, I can't steal it from work. I use it at work all the time. Believe it or not, I do very much value having a high quality screwdriver set at my desk at work. I use it all the time, and unlike my workbench here, where I seemingly lose bits all the time, I somehow manage to not lose them at work. Probably because I know how much of a pain it is to order another one. Like someone's going to ask why do I want the iFixit set? Can't I buy one that's cheaper? Don't we have other screwdriver bit sets somewhere in the building? All right. Let's see if I can get this board to come out. Don't. I think I have all the screws out, but I'm not sure. I've removed the expansion cards. Yeah, there's definitely another screw holding it in. All right, let me see if I can find where it is. Yeah, feels like there's a screw. Well, the problem is, Gutbomb, they require you to do like you have to have 2 qualifying sales before they'll even review your application. Oh, please don't tell me that's the. Oh, please don't tell me that's what's holding this board in. Ah, I found the screw holding this board in. It's under the floppy drives, which I didn't really want to remove. So I guess maybe I will try it again since I'm getting close to 500 subscribers. The thing is, though, you have to have 2 qualifying sales before they'll review your application, and you have to do it within so many days. And both times I've tried so far, I got 0 qualifying sales in the time period. And it's such a pain in the rear to remove the links once they revert to not helping you. Jeremy, this is not my computer. I don't really want to risk it. Besides, even if I did power up the CRT, there is a short on the motherboard. I would never get a picture. I really don't want to remove the floppy drives. But I gotta remove the floppy drives to get the screw out to remove the board. Unless hold on. Unless maybe I remove the speaker and then I can get to it from the underside. Oh, I can't get my screwdriver into the. Remember, I'm being risk averse for this computer. Also, kind of wanted to be able to put it back together before the end of the night, which is why I'm trying not to disassemble more than I think I can get back together because I don't want to lose any of the parts. Here we go. Okay. I think I got it. So if you remove the speaker, it looks like there's a screw going in on the underside. And I think if I remove that, then I think the board should hopefully just slide right under the clip that's holding it in. Yes. I mean, okay, granted, So maybe if I didn't get it together tonight, I want to like put it together tomorrow. But really, the summary is I don't want to like disassemble this and not remember how to put it back together because it's not mine. And I have enough of my computers that are just like disassembled and I don't remember how they go back together. I don't need to add someone else's to it. You said you need to tell the owner you cooked their IBM 5155. Uh, uh, I mean, I'm sure if it actually did go pop, I did tell them though I would inspect it first. All right. Well, I don't. All right. There's something else holding the board in. I'm trying to see if I spot it. It looks like all the nylon standoffs are the type that should just slide out. I have the two screws that I see out. All right, I think it's just a matter of it's. Oh, okay. You unplug the speaker. Here we go. I think I just had to wiggle it a little bit to. There we go. I think I got the board out. Hold on. Oh, it's caught on something. Oh, it's. Oh. It's caught on that clip that. It's caught on something. I would yank with force, but I don't have any like spare XT logic boards on hand. And I don't want to rip components off because it's. If I'm ever to repair more computers for people, I'm trying to make sure that people know that if you send me a computer, I will handle it with more care than I would my own. And it's out. And at least at first glance, I do not see any empty RAM, so that's good. Ah. Oh, and it looks like the clip that was on the board. Oh, I think was designed to. Oh, that's embarrassing. I think it was designed to slide out because I don't think the screw was totally tight. All right. I got the board out. Let's take a closer look at the tantalums right after I can move this off the bench. Yeah, I would dare say that that one tantalum did lose its top. All right, so we've got the 64 to 256K logic motherboard. It looks like it is populated with all 256K of RAM. Does look like the board is in good shape. Little dusty. There's like a cat hair or something on it. Don't see any crease damage, but definitely see the one tantalum cap that does look like it lost its top. Jeremy, the motherboard is shorted. I've already tested it for shorts. It is shorted. 0.3 ohms. It's shorted. I'd already tested it by itself because I pulled all the cards out of it and disconnected the power. So yeah, the board is shorted. And I'm pretty sure it's this I'm pretty sure it's this tantalum cap, right? Yep. And it's 0 ohms across that tantalum right there. Well, actually, it's 0 ohms at all those tantalums. Let me check a tantalum that's like further away. No, that's 0. All right, let me remove the one that looks like it's lost its top. I mean, that is a good suggestion to see if that's. All right. I'm going to just try. Solder looks like it's in good condition. I think I'm just going to try solder braid. that is assuming that I... Alright, maybe I do need to apply some new solder first. Alright. I am doing that best as I can. And I have found that it is not always necessary to add fresh solder. Sometimes it will just wick away on its own without any extra motivation. I thought this might be a case because it's not like it's an electrolytic cap that leaks. I have no idea. I'm trying to do this slow and carefully, but I don't want to dump like too much heat into this board. Yes, I was intensely focusing on desoldering without destroying the board. And is this the shorted tantalum? You betcha! That was the shorted tantalum, or at least a shorted tantalum. All right. Here we go. That was it. Well, that was it. All right, let me just at least clean the flux off the board real quick. I'm not going to replace that component because I don't know that I have a replacement for it. Yes, without that, it might post. I really would rather inspect the power supply first. I could be convinced to forego it, but I really would feel a lot more comfortable knowing that I'm not about to go into the REFA danger zone. Not everyone wants their basement to smell like REFA cap for the next 2 weeks. I mean, I guess we could see if it posts. Let me just make sure the socketed chips are seated real quick. All right. Mm, okay. Well, the socketed chips are socketed. I guess we can. All right. I guess I can reassemble it for testing. Let me not lose the tantalum cap I removed. I mean, I'm fairly sure it will. All right. I guess to maybe encourage me to risk the my nasal sensibilities for 2 weeks. Maybe smash that like button, and if you're not already, subscribe and turn on notifications because I'm so close to 500 subscribers, and that's the magic number to sign up for the YouTube Partner Program, or at least the initial benefits part of it. And that would be so cool to get there before I'm go to VCF East. Not that that'll magically mean I'll get that sweet, sweet YouTube money before then, but it would at least let me be able to turn on super chats, and then you wouldn't have to go to some third party site. You could that I know some people just rather give super chats, but well, YouTube says thou shall not take those until you're in the partner program. Also, the coffee goal I have set is to so that I can maybe book a hotel room. Not that I probably won't. All right, why in the all right IBM? This is the most annoying. Well, it's probably not the most annoying design you. I mean, it's not like I'm probably not going to book the room anyways, but I got enough other things I got to also pay for this month that I think I figured out. If I'm going to have a room as a backup option, well, I know Ron told me about an option that's cheaper than a hotel room, but I haven't convinced myself I want to use that option. And but I have I don't I think the room I will probably book has a cancellation policy, so it's not like I have to use that option, but it would sure be nice to reserve it so that I have it. I mean, I'll probably book it anyways, but it'd be nice to yeah, I know, Jeremy. That's the option Ron told me, although the price you just quoted is higher than he said. But as one of my coworkers puts it, I didn't graduate college to have roommates. So I haven't convinced myself that that's the option to use. There are times where I kind of need some like I guess the best way to put it would be I need some just an introvert time. Kind of hard to do that when you're with a bunch of other people. I mean, there are advantages to that option too, because well, it means I can stay as late as I want there, and I don't have to worry about driving to a hotel afterwards because I'm already there. Yeah, I've kind of one of those. I gotta sit down when I get a chance and figure out how much it's going to cost to go. And I think I've already figured out though, given my schedule, as much as I don't particularly want to give some Department of Transportation toll money, I think at least one way I am going to end up having to take the toll roads back. I think I can drive there, and if I did take the at least I think driving there, I would be more willing to take some non-toll roads, although there are still some of them that I really don't want to take the detour to not pay tolls. But I think driving back, given that it's like everything closes shop at 6 p.m., I think driving back I will have to take the toll roads just because um, I don't need to be on the road that extra amount of time for the to try to save on tolls. And I should have reconnected the floppy cable. Yeah, so you all might have noticed that at the beginning of the year I tried to do like one large goal to get to VCFEs, but I knew the number I came up with was high because I haven't sat down to create a budget, and well, that didn't really get any traction. So I thought I would try the like smaller steps, and well, that I don't know. That is having equal success. So I'm going to sit down and figure out exactly how much it's going to cost to get there, and we'll go from there. I do know I have at least one, probably one thing, and well, I will definitely know by the end of the month, and that is whether or not I'm going to have to put tires on my car. Although, honestly, that's kind of one of so that's like at the top of my must do list. If anyone's wondering, I got to make sure I'm probably going to have to put tires on my car by April, anyways. But my car is due for inspection this month, so it will be sooner rather than later as to whether I will be told that the state of Virginia requires me to replace my tires, or whether the dealership or whoever I take it to for inspection, quite honestly, it doesn't matter. I'd rather take my car somewhere that's actually going to inspect it. Um, Whether they're going to require me to replace my tires in order to get a sticker, or whether it's going to be sir, your tires are like really close. And yeah, I could probably measure them, but um, it's not going to change the fact that I'm fairly sure they need replaced soon. It's just how soon. And I haven't received my power bill for this month yet. I'm expecting it'll be up because it covers part of because it the power bill I received this month would be from like January 15th to February 15th, give or take a day. And there were some pretty cold nights in January, so I'm kind of expecting my power bill is going to be like $360. I do need to put tires on my car. I'm expecting those to be about $500, give or take. I mean, I could probably buy cheap tires, but that just usually doesn't help you in the long run, so I'll just buy slightly better tires than the cheap tires. So there, now you know kind of where I am in priority order. Yeah. Luckily, though, I think by the time we get to March, my March power bill should hopefully be back down around the $250 mark because we won't have as many cold days or cold nights. It's really more the nights than the days. So if it wasn't for the fact that I'm inevitably to drive to work, I have to drive by where a cop likes to sit the first of the month, I would believe me, I've been tempted to find a way to push my state inspection to March because, quite honestly, I don't like so much going on in February. I'd rather my state because actually March is like the anniversary of when I bought the car, so it would kind of be a little easier to remember. Not that the big number 2 in my windshield isn't like a constant reminder my car is due for inspection. Oh, hungry. I actually would have well, that probably wouldn't been my first guess if your clue was Europe, but I would have probably eventually got there. All right, I guess because I got this far enough together that we can give it a try, and it's only 11:19. All right, the thing is, I really don't hold, please. Wait a minute. There's a composite out on the CGA card. Never mind. I was about to say I don't really have a good way of showing you what is on the monitor, which I guess is half true. I really don't have a good way of showing you what's on the monitor because I can't plug this in and like tip it up. But I can plug a cable into the composite out on this. Or wait. Well, wait, I've got my RGB to HDMI. That might also work. And I think my cable for that is slightly easier to find than my composite cable. All right, whichever one I can find first. I just realized I have the technology. The technology exists. I can actually show you not exactly what I see on the monitor, but I can show you that there is an output without having to risk holding this computer at some awkward angle. So, all right, I'm not going to plug the keyboard in because I don't have a boot device. All right. Okay. I've got the composite plugged in. I've turned off my smart outlet. Oh, hey, Will Jr. 880. I am potentially doing something completely ridiculous. Okay, I have plugged it in. I am going to leave it right like that in case it goes pop. I am going to back up in case it goes pop. I'm going to find out that I have a hard stop sitting behind me and can only back up so far. All right. 3, 2, 1. We've got a fan. I've got a cursor. I've got scan lines. I have a 301 error, whatever that is. I just had a floppy seek. And wait a minute, that's not that. Hold on. My RGB to HDMI doesn't see a signal, or does it? That was not good. No sync detected. Oh. I have a 301 error, 256 KOK error. Resume F1 key. Oh, wait, that's keyboard. That has to be keyboard. Oh, and Jeremy confirms in the chat. Why? Okay, let me find the composite cable because I don't know why there's no RGB to HDMI output. It's probably because this video card probably doesn't do both internal and external. It probably does one or the other. So let me find the composite cable and I'll plug the composite cable in because I suspect it'll do composite and internal. Oh, actually, there's a less sinister explanation. That would be I managed to unplug the cable. Here we go. Oh, sorry about that. I've got the wrong, I probably have the wrong input setting. Let's see here. Oh, wait. Look at that. Gibbs, I don't have the error codes memorized. I'm not Epitronics. I hardly ever get to work on IBMs. Despite the fact that I have an IBM Aptiva and an IBM PC350, I hardly ever get to work on IBMs that give you 301 error codes. Yeah. There we go. The RGB to HDMI synced. We have a 301. Let's oh, I was about to say let's jam a XTIDE in here, and then I realized I can't jam the one that I was about to grab into here. It's configured incorrectly. But then I realized I have another one. So it will probably just work with the IBM. Also, I'm going to swipe the compact flash card for my Emerson 8000 EC because there's nothing on it that shouldn't run on an IBM. Oh, and I'll go grab the keyboard that I have setting in a safe spot. All right. This is actually cool. I was kind of not expecting to get this far. I don't know why. Come on. Okay, I may have to remove the bracket from this card because it's not wanting to fit. Here we go. By the way, it is very hard to insert compact flash cards backwards. All right, I think I got it in. Oh, all right. Let me go grab the keyboard. I'm hoping that the keyboard cable will clean up because it's not like exactly a part that's easy to come by. For those of you that weren't here at the beginning of the stream, the the keyboard cable is like there's some liquid on it, and I think it's the byproducts of the cable degrading. Okay, let's see what this. Okay, so this compact flash card should have DOS 3.3 something on it. I think that should boot on this IBM. Assuming that's correctly configured. Oh, there we go. Well, okay. It is entirely possible that something's wrong with my compact flash card. The CRT looks fantastic. There's no burn in. There's plenty of, let's see, the brightness has plenty of adjustment. Contrast knob's a bit scratchy. Yeah, the CRT has plenty of life in it. So, yeah, that looks good. By the way, IBM really did a disservice the way they designed this keyboard. The keys are just in the wrong places. Okay, don't know why the XTIDE didn't boot, but it boots. Yeah, it boots to basic. It works, yeah. All I had to do is remove a tantalum capacitor. Let me pop this compact flash card into my computer real quick and see what's on it. Okay, it does have DOS. I wonder if the personal. Maybe it's the wrong version of DOS for this computer. Maybe that's the problem. Wrong version of DOS, maybe? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I just realized something. I think there is something on the low tech wiki. All right. Low tech wiki. Okay, I don't have this in slot 8, but it is slot 8 compatible. All right. There is an FAQ. Okay. I was thinking there was something on the wiki about using this in certain computers, but I don't remember if it was an IBM or if it was a Tandy that the note applied to. So let me look here real quick. Ah, the machine hangs at booting C. This occurs because the boot sector written by the compact flash card manufacturer is not compatible with 8088 CPU in most cases. No, that doesn't make sense because I've already done that. Plus, the boot sector got rewritten by something. It's Dr. DOS law. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm not going to exclude the possibility that this isn't the compact flash card that I think it is, or exclude the possibility that something's happened to it and the boot sector is wrong for an 8088. But I thought this was the compact flash card for my Emerson 8000 EC, which is an 8088 based system. So I should have already done the fdisk / MBR thing in DOS 622. Maybe I didn't have the card fully seated, so let me try that again. Otherwise, if that's not it, that's where I'm going to stop for the evening so I can put the rest of the screws back in the case. This is kind of one of those things I can debug it later. Because if she wants something like this in it, then I can debug it later. I've got this card, so I mean, I can use the one I have to make sure I can get it to work. But it's also possible she may just want to boot it from floppies. So, which in that case, it's really not worth trying to figure out why it won't boot from the XTIDE. But we'll see. It is kind of one of the things I might recommend, since you can install software on it and not have to boot from floppies or have to install a hard drive in it. And it just hangs out in one of the empty slots. And I might also recommend because I think they low tech. Or the reason why I like the low tech one for computers like this is because it's got the compact flash card slot in the card. It's not like you can put a slave drive onto a compact flash card anyways. So I kind of like the low tech one because it's like small and compact, and everything you need for your card is right on the card. They do have a version, I believe now, that actually has an SD card, so you can use an SD card instead of a compact flash card. I may look into that one. For me, I have plenty of compact flash cards. I'm not opposed to using them, but for someone else, I may look into the SD card version because that'd be easier for someone else to like pull the card out, put it in a memory card reader, and copy files over. So I will look into that. But yeah, okay. Don't know why it's not booting from that, but yeah, it is also possible that the XTIDE BIOS on this card is just old. That is also entirely possible that that could be the problem. Because it did say it was R625, and I don't know what version they're up to. Anyways, not going to troubleshoot that tonight because I don't know that she's going to want to have something like that put in here. Although I will certainly recommend something like that for making it easier to boot from and just being more reliable than floppy disks. I might also recommend like a GoTech, replacing one of the floppy drives or with a GoTech. But then again, she's got floppy disks. I just without going through the process of cleaning and lubricating the drives and also inspecting the disks to make sure they're not molded, I didn't want to try to boot any of them. Nope, you all are cool. You all can are fully welcome to talk amongst yourselves in the chat. I don't mind. I'm actually noticing you're talking off topic, so I'm just kind of putting the computer back together. Again, don't want to lose any parts, so figured I'd just go ahead and do this. If I can remember how it goes back together. There's the bracket that holds the video card down. Got 3 screws there. Where do those screws go to? Oh, that's right. Those are the 3 screws that hold the shield on. Actually, maybe if I've got it down to the 3 screws that hold the shield on, and then the 6 screws that hold the case on, that might be enough back together. Although, maybe I will at least put the shield back on to protect the wires. Yeah, I think that'll be a happy. I think that'll be a happy medium between. Keeping enough of it together so I don't lose the screws and not like making it completely difficult should I get a go ahead to proceed with the repairs. There we go. That'll There we go. There's one. Because also I haven't completely screwed the speaker in either, so. Two, and let's see here. Should be one more on the bottom front here. Or bottom side. There it is. All right. So there we have it. We got the IBM Portable Personal Computer 5155. Growing up, we did have one of these at one point. After Mom's boss upgraded the office. Probably back in like 94-ish. I don't know what he upgraded the office to, but I do know that he sent Mom home with one of the old IBM Portable Personal Computers. And Dad got rid of it after we got the first new family computer. So I suspect it was probably just 256K. It had the 2 floppy drives. It had the amber screen. It had the keyboard. I don't remember it having any exceptionally weird expansion cards because we just basically played games on it. That was about all it was useful for, was some DOS games. And honestly, though, I think the Apple II Plus we had at the same time was better than the IBM Portable Personal Computer, despite the fact that the IBM PPC, not to be confused with the IBM Power PC, had 4 times the RAM, or actually probably more like 6 times the RAM. Oh, that's why I just realized I still had the video cables connected. Oh, Gibbs is looking for a Justin Discord link. I don't have a Discord. Well, okay, I do have a Discord. It has one post. I need help in setting it up so that it's not like a wild free-for-all. I've got bigger things to do first. So, yeah, that's the status of my Discord. So, okay. Well, I wanted to put it back together enough that I was sure that I wasn't going to lose things. I'm not going to put the top cover back on. I didn't actually screw the speaker in all the way. It's screwed in enough that I don't have to worry about it like coming out of place and breaking it, but I didn't want to lose any parts to the system, so yeah. So, the IBM Portable Personal Computer, maybe someday I'll own one for my own, but this is not that computer. So, now I'll just have to think about how much I want to ask for repairing it. Figure out how many tantalum capacitors there are so I can estimate the parts. Suggest maybe an XTIDE to make it easy to boot, but yeah. Yeah, that's the system. So yeah, success. And it looks like the probably main reason why it would have probably not worked is the 1 tantalum capacitor with the blown top. Oh, okay. this camera view. It's kind of okay. It's hard to show on that camera view, but for anyone that didn't see it, there we go. There we go. It it's shorted and it apparently looks like it blew its top at some point. Cool. I'll keep that in handy. So let's see here. I think we've had a relatively successful stream. We had Wheel of Regrets and yeah, I wish I could have powered up that 2VX, but something shorted on its logic board. Okay, let me see. There's one. Because actually, I signed into my password manager so I could log into Amazon to grab the links to my wish list, which means I can easily sign into GitHub. So let me see if I can find the repo for that adapter board, because it has the pinout for the power connector on it, and I can at least take one more look real quick at the 2VX board and maybe see if it is shorted. There we go. All right. I got the pinout for the adapter board. So, all right. I'm going to pull the 2VX back on the bench momentarily. I know it's probably about the time where I'll end the stream, but since I did find the pinout for the power adapter, let's see if there is a now. Why did I buy the 2VX? You might be wondering. Well, the real reason I bought this is I wanted options for my Quadra 700 project. Ruth sent me a spare 2CI case, but the 2CI case he sent me is in way better shape than my own 2CI case. So I told Garth that I'm probably very likely going to take the case he sent me and put my 2CI in that case, because my 2CI case actually has cracked plastic where, not because I think it's spindler plastic, but something was dropped on it at some point, I believe. But I was still kind of not sure I wanted to cut holes in a 2CI case because the ports are like way different than I thought they were. I realized though that the 2VX and the 2VX and some of those other computers like it, the ports are like way closer to a Quadra 700. So, hey, Greg. Amazing. I start talking about modding Macs and Greg Recke shows up. All right. I was trying to. All right. I was going to see if there were any shorts on this board. Not, I mean, again, I bought this really for the case, but if I can repair the logic board, then that's a bonus. And I can use that to like defray the cost of my little project. All right, so pin 1, I believe, is 12 volts. Right. Pin 5 is ground, I believe. Okay, so 12 volts is not shorted. 5 volts is not shorted. Okay, that's 15.6 ohms like it normally is. Okay, so that's not shorted. So 6 and and 7. Let's see, pin 8 is going to be negative 12 volts. Pin 9 is like something to do with the. Oh, wait a minute. I realized I wasn't making good contact with common, so okay, that's fine. So pin 6 is something to do with the standby voltage, I believe. Pin 7 is. No, pin 10 is standby. I think that's power up. So pin 8 is negative 12 volts. Pin 9 should be. All right. Okay, I'm going to have to pull up a schematic of the 2CI, but I think I do kind of see the problem there. I think pins 9 and 10 are shorted, and I don't think they're supposed to be. That is actually not the pins that I thought was going to be shorted, but all right. So let me pull up the ballpark schematics. Let's see. Ballpark. Not the greatest schematic, but at least they are schematics. All right. What about breaking today? Well, I haven't broken anything today yet. I was trying to see the condition of a coworker's IBM Portable Personal Computer so I can give them a repair estimate. Because they fairly easily talked me into it. And actually, now that I see what's wrong with it, I think it really just needs to have all the tantalum capacitors replaced because one of them's already failed and I removed it. I guess I see why they figured I could do it. Why they trusted me with it. Of course, I know that they know that I do this on the side, so not like I haven't brought my vintage computers into work before to show off. So, um, I guess the disclaimer: I'm not ready to take like mail-in repairs yet, but someday, someday I'll do it. This one's also easy though, because when I'm done with it, I just take it back to work, and we'll transfer it between our cars again. It kind of makes it easier because I would not want to be trying to ship one of these whole computers. Now I'm just trying to figure out why this two VX won't power up. I think something's shorted on the board that shouldn't be. Yeah, that was probably an obvious statement. Of course, it's not supposed to be things shorted on the board. I am trying. I wish someone would redraw the 2CX schematics because the ballpark ones are awful. I, I always have trouble reading them and finding the. Oh, here we go. Okay, pin 1 is plus 12 volts. Pins 2, 3, and 4 are plus 5 volts. 5, 6, and 7 are ground. Okay, that's interesting. I don't think those three are tied together. I have a feeling I know what the problem might be now that I'm looking at these schematics. Yeah, I'll be wrapping the stream up very shortly. All right, let me remove the programmer switch carefully. Oh. All right, whatever. All right, what's holding the programmer switch in? Okay, that's just weird. All right. Oh, there's the lone screw. Oh, I think it's just. Oh, there we go. Programmer switch was just really pressed down into the case. All right. Sorry, I don't have the chat in front of me. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, now I can see the underside of the board. Oh, okay. Something fell out of the case. I thought I had broken plastic, but no, it's just the one of the retaining clips. All right. Oh, that's right. I always get the pinout mixed up on these. Okay. I always, for some reason, think the pin 5 is down here. That's the whole problem. So, yeah, the short that I thought shouldn't be there is supposed to be there. All right, so something on this board is preventing. Oh, actually, now that I'm looking at things, there's definitely a haze on the SCSI chip. Yeah, I suspect I'm going to have to replace the capacitors, and then maybe I might have better luck. Because, yeah, I'm definitely seeing a haze on the board that shouldn't be there. Jeremy says, I got a couple PC motherboards I have yet to figure out. Jay Ware says, Whenever you want to recap a Mac Classic or Performa 450 logic board, you just let me know. Let's see. What the Performa 450, is that a which of the LCs is that like? I mean, yeah, I could probably recap a classic board, assuming it's not like severely compromised. I don't have a classic though for I don't have a classic though to be able to throw it in to test. Unless the classic is like another Mac, like an SE. Juice flavor chips. What am I doing? I'm just checking these tantalum caps to see if any of them are shorted. Otherwise, I'll probably just. I mean, I don't want to see this board go to waste if it's salvageable. I didn't buy the case to have a 2VX. I bought the case to potentially put my Quadra 700 board in, because it would require fewer modifications than a 2CI case. I believe. But repairing a 2VX board is always a bonus. After all, I could put the 2VX board in my Performance 600 and have a slight little speed increase because the 2VX actually has cache on it. Of course, I guess worst comes to worst, I could just pull the cache chips off this board and put them on the Performance 600 board. Oh, alright. Because the Performance 6 board has the pads for it. It just doesn't have the chip or the cache chips or the controller chip. Alright, well. Oh, okay, that's expected. Okay, I think the problem is probably the surface mount electrolytic caps have probably leaked, and I suspect the power up circuit is probably in. Ugh. I suspect this part of the board's in sorry shape. That's the serial. There's the Ooh. Ooh. Okay, that egret chip is looking. Oh, that might be the problem there. That egret chip, there might be a problem with it. Ah, maybe I'll be doing a super bodge of an egret chip again. Boy, is that a regret. So, maybe the 2VX regret score is going to be egret of regrets. But at least the cache chips are in good shape. But yeah, I think I think if I remove these chips here, and I believe these 2 or 3 chips here, I could transplant them to the Performance 600 board, and I believe it would then have cache. 32K of cache, but hey, every little bit of cache helps. If this board is toast otherwise, I may try the experiment. Okay, I have a feeling the egret chip is probably the problem here. It's probably more certain than I'm giving it. Trying to find my. Oh, did I not? I don't know what I did with my isopropyl alcohol. All right. Oh, there it is. I was at least going to try to scrub the egret chip, but I believe that might be the problem. 'Cause I think the egret chip does control power on these boards. It looks like it's the same egret chip that's on the LC, although it could be a different part number. Actually, that... Okay, I can already see by doing this that there's definitely electrolyte on the board hiding under this dust. I can also see that the egret chip does look better than I thought it did. Okay. So the egret chip does look a little better than I thought it did. Looks like maybe that was dust on it. But still, it's possible the problem is that the electrolyte was causing issues under the egret chip. So maybe I might ultrasonically clean this board and then just see if that maybe helps it. Or at least it doesn't make it worse, like I find parts have fallen off of it. And if that's the case, then maybe it might be worth recapping it just to see if it might work. Again, I didn't buy the 2VX to be a 2VX. I bought it to put my potentially put my Quadra 700 board in, because I believe, and I'm actually going to go get the Quadra 700 board to confirm. I believe it's a shorter putt putting a Quadra 700. The video adapter I couldn't find is on my Quadra 700 board. Right there it is. There we go. That is exactly what I thought it was. Note how all the ports line up. Audio, ADB, serial, SCSI, monitor, power switch. The only thing that the Quadra 700 adds is the AAUI port. And the 2VX case actually has a knockout. So, oh, hey Jack, welcome. So anyways, it gives me options for the Quadra 700 board. So I could still maybe put it in a 2CI case, but I can also put it in a 2VX case. That's why I got it. So anyways, that's why I don't necessarily need the 2VX to be completely happy. It would be a nice bonus to be able to repair it, but not required. I think these might be 4 meg sims, though. I'll have to test them at some point. Anyways, we're at a quarter after 12, so I'm going to go ahead and call the stream to a close. We've had a successful stream. We had thrills, we had chills, we had spills. Quite literally. I'm still wiping up isopropyl alcohol I've spilled. And, oh. Oh, yes, it looks like I do have DMs waiting on Discord. Yay. Oh, I'm on the big screen at Will Jr.'s house. Yay. Oh, look at that. Would you look at that? I am on the big screen. So, yep, I'm going to draw the stream to a close. Successful stream. I think everything I showed on stream is probably repairable. Although that LTE 286 is probably going to be the most troublesome to repairing. But yeah. All right, so Thursday, assuming I don't have some better idea come to mind, the Emerson 286 is going to reappear on the bench. I would like to get the XT IDE Universal BIOS running on it. I have been unsuccessful so far. So I will be hopefully installing the tools needed to compile the BIOS onto a laptop I just recently got. Even though I installed Windows 11 on that laptop and am regretting that choice. I would love to run Linux to run these tools, but the instructions are quite clearly for Windows. So, yeah. Also, to run Windows on this laptop, I would like to run a version of Windows that is licensed on the laptop so that I am licensed. And it has a I think it has a Windows 10 Pro license in it. So I can run 11. I mean, I could run 10 on it. I could totally create a Windows 10 installer and install Windows 10 on it and get rid of the disaster that's Windows 11. But I'm going to have to go to Windows 11 sooner or later. So it's a mess. I see why I've resisted upgrading. It's like Microsoft pushes stuff for you to buy from the get-go. And what were they thinking when they put the start menu in the middle of the taskbar? And how do you turn off those stupid widgets? And it had AI enabled. The only AI I want is Adobe Illustrator. I've got another laptop for Linux. Don't worry. I will have a better Linux laptop than my current one. But the XT IDE Universal BIOS instructions are for Windows, and that will just be easier if I just can follow the instructions. But don't switch to Linux. The instructions are for Windows. I I'm sure someone will tell me that I could probably compile it under Linux. So while I am live streaming is not when I want to try to figure out how you compile something in Linux when the instructions are for Windows. But basically, the instructions say that you need Tortoise SVN or any subversion client, Ming GW, NASM, I think that's the NASM. Those are the ones you need. And the instructions are for Windows. I think Ming GW is a compiler suite for Windows. They're using it for the make utility. NASM is the assembler. Someone's probably going to tell me, yeah, you just do that on Linux, but the instructions are for Windows. Edge also copies your open tabs from Chrome on every startup and opens them. Oh, well, actually, Kibbs, I have a way to fix that. It's that I don't use Chrome, I use Firefox. I noticed how when I went to go download Chrome, Microsoft was all, oh, but you want to use Edge because it's basically the same thing. I noticed when I then went to go download Firefox that they didn't have as much to try to convince me as when I went to go download Chrome. I normally just use Firefox because I don't really like Google, so I use as few of their products as I need to. So sure, yep, I use YouTube. I don't like Google search. I don't want to use Chrome unless I'm like on StreamYard or someone else's stream. So yeah, I just use Firefox. And unless I'm competing in a cheap PC challenge and the benchmark is the Octane JavaScript benchmark, then I will use Chrome. Otherwise, I usually just use Firefox. So, um, like Windows with ads. Yeah, exactly. Anyways, yeah, the laptop that I've got, I'm going to keep it a Windows laptop. It because it's got a Windows Pro license on it. So I've got another laptop to run Linux, and it's probably a better one for Linux because then it's got like a DVD writer in it and everything. It's like an actual like full blown laptop, even if it is like a cheap compact from 5 years ago. But it's got like a DVD burner and everything in it. So for that, I'll, I'll run Linux. I think it's even got a bigger screen. So I'm going to run Linux on my bigger screen cheap laptop. I'll keep my little. It's a ThinkPad Carbon X1, or is it an X1 Carbon? I get the two mixed up. I think one's the printer and the other one's the ThinkPad, but it's like the 5th gen one. It's a neat laptop. Got the 7600U processor. I don't remember if that's an i5 or an i7. Windows 11 kind of makes it feel slow though. I may downgrade it to. Wait, is that a downgrade if I install Windows 10? That actually might be an upgrade. I may put Windows 10 on it and just be done with Windows 11 for a while. But anyways, hopefully I'll get that set up, and that way we can at least do some XTIDE Universal BIOS builds. I think I have a feeling, I have an idea of the settings I need to turn on to build an XTIDE Universal BIOS that'll actually work in the Emerson 500 DC. Yes, that's the talking computer. But yeah, I'd like to get XTIDE Universal BIOS running on that, so that then when I get an adapter that fixes the fact that the IDE port's wired wrong, that I can just use regular compact flash cards and trade them with other computers. So, but to do that, I need to get the XTIDE Universal BIOS to the point where it will actually initialize on the computer and actually start to boot. At the moment, I haven't been able to get that to load. I have two other expansion BIOSes that I was able to get them to start to load, but I think they need a 386 to run. But the XTIDE Universal BIOS default builds won't. And there's like one setting that I suspect I need to turn on. So, anyways, so that'll be Thursday. The 500 DC will be back on the bench. Oh, and as a slight hint, it has a surprise upgrade in it. Unless you were watching Dave's stream, then you'll know exactly what it is. But yeah, I've I've added a card to it. So it's going to be a rocking 286, 16 megahertz. After all, if I'm going to play the games of that era on a 286, you could probably figure out by my use of the word rocking. I can't air guitar very well, but that's my hint of the type of rocking I'm talking about. But anyways, so yep, that'll be Thursday. And then well, we'll see where we go from there. I know next week I should be streaming Tuesday and Thursday. The following week, I will only be streaming Thursday, but it will be a longer stream than normal. So I'm going to take Tuesday off and stream longer on Thursday of the week after next. And that stream will be my birthday stream. Yes, that is February 29th. It's going to be my birthday stream because I have decided that the last Thursday in February whatever day that is going to be when my birthday stream will fall. Whether or not that's actually my birthday, because we'll just say that's my way of being all mysterious unless you actually happen in some way, shape, or form of knowing when my actual birthday is. But yeah, my birthday stream this year is going to fall on February 29th. That may or may not be my actual birthday, but it's the last Thursday in February, so that's going to be my birthday stream. And I think I'm going to start at like 3 or 4 p.m. in the afternoon. So yeah, that one's going to be a longer stream. So I'm going to take the Tuesday before off. That's at least my plan of taking that Tuesday off and doing a longer stream that last Thursday in the month. So you can stay tuned for that. I don't know what I'll work on that stream either, but we'll see what I come up with. But yeah, yeah, Jeremy's like saying 286.16 and 8 megabytes of RAM. Well, you better believe it, Jeremy. Of course I'm putting all 8 megabytes of RAM in that system, but what you don't realize is that 3 of it's configured for EMS. Because it is a 286 and a lot of 286 systems need EMS. And that motherboard actually supports EMS, so it's like legitimate EMS RAM. So in reality, if you boot into DOS, you only have like 4.5 megabytes of XMS and 3 megabytes of EMS. Although I got to install the EMS driver on that computer. We'll probably do that Thursday too. I have the driver, I just need to install it. So we'll install the EMS driver while we're at it. I have a game in mind I'd like to play, but Paramount. So probably won't actually play it on stream, but I'll play it off stream. Yeah, it's one of the Star Trek games. It does require like two. It requires like 2 megabytes of EMS memory to run. So that's why I picked 3, because it's like it might be 2 or 2.5 megabytes of EMS you have to have on the system for it to run. It's like the Star Trek 25th anniversary game. I won't be playing it on stream because I'm sure Paramount's pretty defensive about their Star Trek music. Also, I don't have a CD-ROM for the computer, and I'm not sure I'll install one. Only because of the way the faceplate on that computer works. Emerson went cheap. Instead of it being like a removable faceplate that I could snap back into place, you actually snap it off the front of the case. So once I remove it, it's removed. Imagine me playing Guitar Hero. That's funny. Wolfenstein 3D. I don't know what I'll play on it. I'll play some games. Anyways, yeah. So the Emerson 500 DC will be Thursday. I want to get the XTIDE Universal BIOS running on it if I can. Next week, we'll see. Possible I might be working on an IBM Portable Personal Computer at some point next week. And if not, we'll see. I do know that I may have some. I do have that other single board computer that I'll like to use at some point. Anyways, we'll see. I guess that about wraps it up for tonight. Can't think of anything else. So yeah, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications. Share my channel with a friend. I am so close to 500 subscribers. It'd be really cool to get to 500 subscribers before VCF East. It would be really, really cool to get to 500 subscribers before my birthday. Yes. Comcast is being a meanie now, so maybe I should take their hint and stop streaming before my internet goes down. That's odd. I had a glitch. I don't know if that's one of those like glitches that just happens every now and then, or if that's a hint that my internet's about to go down. So maybe it is probably about time to draw the stream to a close so that I can go to bed and be functional in the morning, and also not potentially lose my internet in 30 seconds and be mid-sentence, because that would be awkward. So anyways, I hope you all have a great rest of your evening. I'm glad you could join me for tonight's adventures. Stay tuned for Thursdays and oncoming adventures. I'm sure we'll have plenty of fun then. And until next time, take care and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.